Greetings, y'all. Hello, Kenan. Am I actually pronouncing that, or is it Kenan or Keenan? Kenan, right? I hope I'm right. Welcome.
Hey.
Yay, I got it. Heck yeah. Alright, oh, Tipsy. Hi.
Hey.
Wow.
Sorry,
Yeah, wow, the typo.
so far was in the flowers.
No, of course he was. Oh no, horror himbos.
Who's a himbo?
Hmm?
Who's
Ash and Archer are horror himbos.
What does that mean?
It's a YouTube show they watch. Though it does still apply to y'all, I'm pretty sure at this point.
Oh. Jimbros, himbos? Is that the same thing?
What?
Is himbos and jimbros the same thing?
I don't feel like it's the same thing. I feel like they're like close, but I don't feel like it's the same thing. Mr. Lost, the adorable fucking red panda. Oh my god. I haven't even opened the game. I didn't install the game until about an hour and a half ago.
Oh well.
At least I remembered to install it before I started stream. As opposed to the rest of the black. It is actually orange. I don't know if it's picking up well.
Orange.
Apparently, and I didn't even know this when I started painting my nails, there's a thing called accent nails. And that's what that is. I got a little scaredy cat sticker on there if I can get the glare off. Come on. No. Just focus. We got this. Come on. Hello. You focusing on the black in the background? What are you focusing on? Hello. Yeah. Okay, the books on my bookshelf are like laser fucking clear. Is that, do I need to block yet? Fuck it, whatever. It's a scaredy cat. Because it's, I mean, I'm playing horror games, so, I mean, of course I'm going to play scaredy cat.
You hear the crows?
We do hear crows. Most typically a buff dude of little brain who also means well and is a pretty nice person. But we've commandeered it. Yeah, so if you do ever see a nail off, it doesn't have to be the ring finger apparently, but traditionally it is the ring finger.
Traditionally.
Yeah.
There's a tradition made up by a bunch of leggings wearing pumpkin spice drinking basic bees.
Yeah, say Ash uses his middle finger for obvious reasons.
Duh, yeah.
Yeah, I've got the windows open. Those crows are probably picking up pretty clear. Someone did say accent nails. Chaos, welcome in. Yay! I'm so glad, Kenan. Tipsy being spicy.
Yeah, well. Oh, I had Fire Nation tea today. I had cinnamon, ginger, black pepper, cayenne. It was really good. Do you remember what the brand was? We got it off Etsy.
Yeah, there were some Etsy shops. Yes. Holds up middle fingers. My accent nails say hello.
Oh, did you show him my accent nail?
I did not.
It's a hot pink with funfetti and a Grim Reaper. Well, does it zoom in?
I don't know. No, it's just focusing on my massive forehead.
Cover your forehead. No, that doesn't help.
Wait, Fire Nation as in Avatar: The Last Airbender Fire Nation and then tea? Yes.
Yeah, it's an oolong, I think.
Yeah, I got a Fire Nation one and a Water Nation or Water Tribe one.
And we got a Beauregard and a Caduceus.
Yeah, from season 2 of Crit Roll.
And then we got a Star Wars one. And we got Espresso Patronum coffee. We went a little crazy on Etsy.
Yeah. Actually, surprisingly enough, the bow one is what I had earlier. It's a black tea, but it was not very bold, which was, I mean, come on.
Yeah, it wasn't
bow.
very strong.
It was actually a very mellow black tea, which, I mean, I like mellow black tea. Just doesn't seem to fit the vibe they were going for. Familiar with Crit Roll 2, haven't finished it yet. Yeah. It's actually a really good ending. Bo's very in your face. Bo is my favorite. I have a keychain. My keychain fob thingy is Yasha wing spread holding Bo.
It's so cute.
Caleb, for you, I get it. I love Caleb. Favorite tea was an Aztec fire tea, but it's since been I hate when that's been discontinued. That's such bullshit. I hate when you lose good stuff. Bo and Yasha are adorable. Remember that scene from the island? Yeah. Absolutely. I won't go into any spoilers or nothing.
Oh my gosh, those crows won't shut up.
Well, it's Spoopy season. They can do whatever they want. Molly is very much gender envy for me. Yes. Yeah. My favorite tea before I had to go for caffeine free was apple cinnamon. Apple cinnamon is good too.
The orange spice one is good too. The orange, like orange and cinnamon.
Mm-hmm. Any of y'all have not tried it and like tea? Celestial Seasonings, the brand, has a tension tamer.
Ooh, yeah.
It's probably my favorite tea. It's a picture of a dragon and a princess on the cover. So, I mean, I was sold immediately. It's good.
Really good.
It's really good.
It's got catnip in it.
Yeah, it actually does have catnip in it.
But it's good.
I should probably start setting up the game at some point. I don't know. I hope it doesn't like move everything around. Those games drive me absolutely wild. There's no reason if I clear my left monitor, I have all of my stuff over here on the right. So when it full screens the left, everything shifted. Motherfucker. I can still see the chat though, so I cannot see OBS anymore. So y'all let me know if I'm dropping frames. Well, shit, I'm gonna have to go over there and get it anyway. Because I don't have the game. There's teas I fell in love with. Aztec is always my top tier. Innkeeper's Secret, Fawn, Tybalt, and Baby Dragon Rider. All of those sound amazing.
Baby Dragon Rider? Oh my god.
I want all of those. But there are a handful of games, and it's usually if it's like a 10 to 15-year-old game, if it opens in full screen, it just throws everything on the right monitor, like half a monitor over.
I wonder if it's because you have two screens and it's not used to that.
I don't know. Let's see if I can remember how to actually use OBS. Game. Thank you for the lurk. Also, top tip. I think if you turn VSync off, the game will run smoother. Is that in the... Wait, VSync. Help me out here. I don't know what you're talking about. As long as you see us laughing at spooks, yes. I can post you a link later. I would very much appreciate that, Mr. Lost. Learned that when I was playing through Dead Space. Is it in Dead Space settings? In the game settings, gotcha. Must go resume apple spice cake. Good luck with the cake. Thank you for the lurk. Your excitement is immeasurable. Oh no. I am going to play this on easy mode because it's not going to be entertaining if I just get stuck. I mean, it's y'all are here to laugh at me getting scared, not for me to get stuck by getting my ass kicked by these enemies. Yeah, we love easy mode here. Okay, it's not showing in OBS, and I'm not going to be able to see OBS when I open the game back up. So let me know if you do see a game. Question mark? Do we see a game? Do we hear the game?
Oh.
You hear a game. Schmall. It's in the corner. The game is tiny. Game? What the fuck are y'all doing? Hang on. Let me see if we can change something. In-game. Visuals. Let's see. Full screen. VSync off. Graphic quality high. Accept. I fixed it, and it fixed my right monitor. Sent you a pic on tweeters. Let me have a look. Oh, yeah, that does make sense. Oh, y'all, check out this phone case. Space. I broke my phone case, my clip. So I had to buy a new one.
Well, you didn't break it.
Yeah, the clip broke on it. Space. It does have a little kickstand. So handy. Oh, thank y'all so much for the retweets. Y'all are amazing. What button goes to the game? That one. I don't even remember my own damn hotkeys. No, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Except... Alright. Oh yeah, easy mode. Not even to hesitate to think about that. I've been wanting to play this for a while. I mean, I think it was last year. I was like, yo, I'm making notes for outline for a space horror movie I'm gonna write. I still haven't got back to that yet, by the way. And Esri's like, have you played Dead Space? I guess I will. Finally getting to it. I hope you play through the second one as well. I don't currently have it, but I probably will. Because I know how much you latched onto the second one. Oh no. Dead Space. CEC mission ER529 status update. USG Kellyan en route to Aegis system. Primary mission assets: Isaac Clarke, engineering and ship system specialist. Kendra Daniels, computer specialist. Zach Hammond, chief security officer.
It's me.
Directive A, locate mining vessel.
I wish I could talk to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about everything. I wish I could just talk to someone. It's all falling apart here. I can't believe what's happening. It's strange. Such a little thing.
How many times you watched that thing? Guess you really miss her. Don't worry, we're almost there. You'll be able to look her up with
Volume good? Bidding comparisons.
Sounds like you do have a lot of catching up to do.
Alright, everyone, we're here. Sinking our orbit now.
All this trouble over that chunk of rock.
Deep space mining is a lucrative business, Miss Daniels. Aegis 7 is a gold mine according to prospectors' reports. Cobalt, silicon, osmium. Now, where is she? There she is. We have visual contact.
So that's Ishimura.
The
Impressive.
USG Ishimura. Biggest planet cracker in her class. And it looks like they already popped the cork.
Why is it all dark? I don't see any running
Corporal,
lights.
take us in closer and hail them. And stay clear of that debris field. We're here to fix their ship, not the other way around.
USG Ishimura, this is the emergency maintenance team of the USG Kellyan responding to your distress call. Come in, Ishimura.
You're gonna need to
Yes,
boost the
we
signal
know.
if it power's low.
Boost the signal. More.
Never heard of a total communications blackout on one of these things. You'd think with 1,000 people on board, someone would pick up the phone.
What is that?
It's a busted array like we thought. Sounds like they're having problems with their encoder. You get us down there and Isaac and I can fix it. 48 hours max.
Alright, you heard the lady. Take us in. Let's see what needs fixing.
Gravity tethers engaged. Automatic docking procedures a go.
What the hell?
Sir, the auto dock.
What is it?
We're off track. We're gonna hit the hull.
Hit the blast shields. That guidance
Evil.
down. Switch to manual.
Welcome.
Now.
Inside the magnetic field? Are you insane?
No,
Abort!
we can make it inside. Corporal,
Here, real quick.
give you an order.
I don't know how soon it's gonna hit the fan bowl.
Field's too strong.
We love you, Vol.
Is everyone okay?
What? What the hell were you thinking? Were you trying to get us killed?
I just saved our asses, Miss Daniels. If we had aborted at that speed and distance, we'd have smashed right into the side of the Ishimura. Now settle down. Let's get to work. Corporal, report.
I'm not getting any readings from the port booster, and we've lost comms and autopilot. It'll take some time
All right.
to fix.
Let's get some extra hands from flight deck to help out.
Hold still, Isaac. I'm syncing up everyone's rig with the ship. Okay, we're done. Clean bill of health for everyone.
All right. We've still got a job to do. We're moving out.
Oh, is that the health bar? That's a cool mechanic. I like that. These humans gonna die? Yeah, probably. Tis horror game. Objective added. Oh, what just happened?
Use run to move quickly.
Run is shift. Oh, he turns slow. Do I need to turn my sensitivity up? Or is it supposed to be a really slow turn? Yeah, that's reactions like real slow. Let's see. Mouse sensitivity. Let's go up to 3/4 and see what it does. Looking around is still good. That's a lot better. He still turns fucking slow. So I'm guessing this isn't. I don't feel like this is gonna be a very fast-paced game, right? What is that? Pick up small med pack. Did I make it a live space instead? Be a her. Which way did everybody go? Did I miss something? I'm already stuck. Oh, there they are. Just in case if anybody thought it was a good idea to play on hard mode, I had a hard time getting out of the ship.
You didn't lose power to the port booster. You lost the port booster. Unbelievable.
Welcome, CEC employee, to the USG Ishimura. The Ishimura was the first Planet Cracker class vessel and is now the oldest serving, with 62 years of continuous service. It holds the
Should be off now. Thank you so much, Vol.
Guess the power's down everywhere.
Much.
Isaac, get over here and hack the door pad.
Blue holograms. Blue is unlocked, red is to lock. E to use. Easy enough. Credits. I'll take some money.
Seems like everyone was trying to pack in a hurry.
There should be a security detail in here.
Yeah? Well, there's not. There's nobody here. I can't pick up any broadcasts.
That security console's still live.
Okay,
Isaac,
I figured
log
out
in
better
and see what you
steering.
can find. Kendra, get that elevator back online.
Power's dead. I can't.
Then reroute the damn power. Look, if we all cooperate, we can figure this out a lot sooner. Let's get that
Ooh,
computer
Vol,
display
I'm
up,
excited to
Isaac.
see.
Use the locator system to find your next objective.
Oh, let's see. Use the locator system. B for locator. That's way out of the way. Map, that's obvious. Objective screen is the journal. Awesome. If I ever get murdered, they assume I was packing in a hurry because that's just how I pack. Exactly. And nobody should be made to feel... Always play easy because big dumb. I don't take a lot of time to actually stream games. If I do, I'm only streaming like 3.5 hours a week, so I'm not gonna spend an hour and a half getting my ass handed to me because I'm playing hard. I do like hard modes in some games, but I usually challenge that off or like second runs. I usually default to normal, but if I'm already gonna be scared, we're just going hard easy. Well, that Archer, that used to be my go-to. I would start on hard and back it off if I needed to. Yeah, games are about having fun. That is first and foremost. Okay, close that. Oh, that's handy. Sweet. Okay, got that. Map. Interesting. Oh, it's 3D too. Handy. Zoom in and out, Z and X. Not even, oh man, that's just like super sensitive. Got it.
Got him.
But no, I'm used to like sidestepping to turn, and that like really slows it down on this game. You gotta turn the mouse and then step that direction. Just a little bit of adjusting. Oh yeah. game I got bored, not even because of the difficulty, I just couldn't get into how it played. It is fancy map. This is promising. Just a room full of blood smears. I'm sure nothing bad happened here. This is just how they decorate. I get it. I mean, it's spoopy season. We all gotta get into it in our own ways. Do you remember the first game being a bit iffy on occasion? The story was cool enough for me to push through, though. That's what I'm here for, story. Second one is much better, though. That's just rust from water. No worries, yeah. Just a little extra seasoning. What do we got here? Damage report. Load damage report.
Huh, that doesn't look good. She's taken a lot of damage.
Space mine.
The tram system's offline. Getting around's gonna be difficult. Air seems to be flowing again. That's a start.
Oh no.
What the hell was that?
Automatic quarantine must have tripped when the filtration system restarted. Everybody relax.
Medicine-induced sleeping is a big gamble for me.
What the hell?
I don't know. Something's in the room with us.
Couldn't sleep.
Oh, what the
Jesus! Open fire! Open fire!
What the hell?
Power!
Come on. Come on. Got it.
Isaac! Get the hell out of there!
The door's unlocked. Run!
Turn, damn you! What the hell? Okay, Shanna's still sick. Yeah, we're just getting started. Hi, everybody. Fuhrer, welcome. How are we doing? I'm not scared yet. I'm okay. Finger painting. That, Okay, I am gonna actually check out the controls again, see if I can loosen up some of the steering, because holy shit. Taking corners is a nightmare. Like, right after that, I'm like, oh, this is gonna be a slow game. Run! Okay, yeah. Last night and slept for 9 hours later. Oh my gosh. First time I ever took a muscle relax, I pulled muscle on my lower back. First time I ever took a muscle relaxer, I slept for 16 hours.
Yeah.
True story.
You did a good sleep.
I am stuck with mouse and keyboard. My controller doesn't turn left. No left. Some controls. That's what I was in here for. What is rig? I don't feel like that's what I need. Okay, I just gotta get used to it. I mean, do I need to? What do we got for save features on this? Okay, we got a dead body over there. Cut off their limbs. Solid strategy. Somebody crying. Okay, so I actually have to empty the load before I can reload. Gotcha. Nice ragdoll physics. It's still going. Look at that shit. What a champ. Physics be damned, y'all. Look at this go. You are here perfectly in time, Shiloh. Thank you. Yes, yeah, I realized it after the fact, and I was hoping nobody else did, and I should have known better. Ben, bye so much for streams. Every spare moment is house. You don't have to ever apologize for that, Ezra. Yeah, we get it. That son of a bitch is still bouncing. Oh wait. Okay. Bouncy, bouncy. It's still going. I can hear it back there. Nice, the Star Wars approach. Just blast the panel. But no, it is very nice to have y'all here. Bouncy, bouncy. Shit, I think I'm gonna have to turn the look sensitivity all the damn way up. Let's see if I can give myself whiplash. Yeah, he's finally done. So I don't know if it's left or right, so if I lean out left and it's behind me... Oh no, there's a dead end there. Sweet, he's left. You don't side strafe for shit. What is with me in doorways? Like, you're not even touching the wall. What are you doing? Doors are complicated. Thing's still bouncing, isn't it? Okay, I'm sorry. Let me through the damn door. Beat this damn doorway. Let me through it. Rule in game design that if you do not need a door or doorway, or can otherwise avoid it, do that. Yeah, because... Dead body? Nope, isn't that. Door boss is hardest boss. Anybody have any ideas? Okay, let's let the door close. Open door. What if we try the ass first approach? No, ass first doesn't work. Alright, so this isn't normal. This is just my luck, right? There's no reload function. Yay, I'm stuck in a door.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I can't get through the damn door. Is there a jump button? Yeah. It's like the game is saying the door is closed.
Oh.
Is it the dead body bouncing around throwing shit off? Where is the dead body?
How long have you been playing this?
I don't know. Like 20 minutes or so?
How do you mess up a game?
What?
How do you mess up a game in 20 minutes?
I don't know. The dead body stopped bouncing at least. Yeah, maybe if I go back to the... I mean, all I got left is the elevator. I can walk through this elevator door. Damn it. With higher spec rigs. Fantastic. Do I need... So is it just straight up the rig or looking up a fix now? Thank you. I mean, if I need to turn down the graphics setting, I guess I can, but if it hates my graphics card, I don't know what the hell we're gonna do. We'll just switch over to another horror game, maybe? Taking off VSync. Okay, let's try that. Wait, whoa, what'd I click on? Oh man, okay, that sensitivity turned up way. Okay. I just made myself dizzy. Oh my god, I can't even click on the damn thing, it's so sensitive. Okay, calm down. There we go. Alright, accept. Jesus. Touchy ass thing. Alright, now let's see if I can go through a door. Steering's easier. Can't go through the damn door. Punishment for fucking with the settings. The game will run a little bit less smoothly with VSync on, but it might solve the issue. Should link to the stream discussion. Alright. Let's alt tab out of this. We'll go over to this screen. We'll chat for a second. Let's pull up some Discord. We'll get back into this. Alright. This says... Alright, first to the game. First into the game. Save the game from where you first get attacked. Save these settings, go back to the game. Let's see. Caption, sports Discord. So, control panel for graphics card. And then from here, I don't even see anything for VSync. Oh no, that's annoying too. Where did it go? Prepping for sleep. Nice seeing you stream all. Thank you, Kenan. I appreciate it. Get you some good sleep. The hell is even happening? Now it doesn't want to. It just like closed out of my graphics card control panel. Sleep well. Alright, let's control panel. This is a pain in the ass, y'all. Okay, now it's just closing out my graphics control panel every time I open it. I can't even use the elevator to go back up. Technical difficulties.
Hey, you're not a streamer unless you have technical difficulties.
was trying to figure out why it keeps force closing my control panel. Well, shit. Is there another Spoopy game y'all want to see? I can try to figure this off stream. Can go. I just heard a boom. It's okay, Zaif.
I heard it too, but what the heck was that? I heard it too, what was it? I mean, I don't know what it was.
That's true. Well, I didn't install it. Let's install it real quick. It's a small install. Hopefully stream won't crash while that's doing. Still good. Downloading. Bitrate looks sustained. No drop frame so far. We might be alright. I don't know, y'all. It's always something. I still want to play Dead Space, but I'll probably close everything out and do like next week. I can start right before I stream, so I can just start the game over back to where I was, see if we can fix it. I'm proud of my little computer. It's downloading and I haven't dropped any frames. It's doing so good. Proud of you, little buddy. %, y'all. So what all what all plans do we have for spooky season, y'all? I mean, y'all got some fun stuff coming up? Because we know on my end I've got the Sunday schedules and then a big Outlast stream for my birthday, September 29th. Hey Archer, welcome back. No, you're good. I don't know what the hell is happening. My graphics card control panel keeps force closing, so I'm backing out of Dead Space and loading. It's currently installing Layers of Fear. I'm gonna try to sort out this invisible wall problem off stream, and we can get back to this next time, depending on how far we get in Layers of Fear. Because I want to get some spooky shit going on, and let's see, we're no longer in space, so the title needs to be changed to a haunted house. That's not how you spell house, you dum dum.
You spell horse.
No, I put an A in there. I don't know. Beats the hell out of me. Updated. Whole thing, I can always give you a hand on Discord as well. I would appreciate that. We'll figure it out next week. No, before Sunday. Sometime during next week. Alrighty. For some reason I feel like Layers of Fear is gonna be scarier than Dead Space. I was prepared for Dead Space. And we had that beautiful, just comedic moment of the bouncing body. Why the fuck are you in the middle of the two monitors?
What is going on with your computer?
It loaded the game between the monitors. Weird ass shit. Till the portrait is barely visible. I'm gonna make it a little bit more than barely, just because I want a little bit more brightness. For a better experience, we recommend using your headphones.
Fuck you. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I thought we were mad.
No. We're mad at whatever the hell's going on with Dead Space. Did I actually close Dead Space out, or... No, I'm running 2 games. I'm a professional. I don't know what y'all are talking about. I like the music, though. This music is really pretty. Quote edited. Tipsies, fuck you. That's a good one. Hey, I do have more than 20. I thought it was around 20. You screamed a few times. Did you finish it yet, Ash? Because I know you've been playing it, because I've seen clips. I was watching you play a little bit the other night. One more thing needed. Oh no. Now that is a quote that I say fairly often, actually.
What?
Uh-oh, the thick plottins. Okay, Spoopy. Empty. Load and empty. Enter profile name. Hall.
You don't want to put sassy pants?
No, that's gonna be our second file. Want to make a giant can of beans? That had to be a superliminal. I feel like that was superliminal. What else have I played with beans in it?
Beans!
Want to make a can of beans?
We had beans.
Yeah, we had some beans.
Black beans. Mashed black beans is better than refried beans.
Yeah.
All day, every day.
Layers of Fear is a unique, immersive game experience in which every decision affects the narrative. As in life, it is the doors you open, the memories you take with you, and the shadows you explore that will define who you are. This may be our game, but it is your journey.
Don't tell me who I am.
I don't have any idea who I am. I feel like I'm figuring it out, though.
I'm a dude. Disguised as a dude.
Cheers, everybody.
Playing another dude.
That movie's a riot.
I know how you must feel. Lost. Alone. Hopeless.
Volume?
You probably deserve it. But even for you...
Yeah, that door
there is
glitch.
still
We're gonna
a
have to figure
way.
that out. I don't want to waste
A
time
way
on
to
stream
bring it
doing
all
it.
back.
Any more time on stream. Limping
One
effect.
precious thing you ever truly desired. Finish it.
Every portrait that is painted with feeling is a portrait of the artist, not of the sitter. Maybe turn down the volume just a little bit. Will do. Let's see. Up that down just a touch. I don't know what you're talking about, limp effect. There must be something in the settings. We'll check it in just a second. Yeah, it looks like it's a fairly easy fix. It involves checking your settings for bionic eyeballs, of course. The graphic card settings, and I don't think my computer wanted me to change graphic card settings while I'm streaming because I use NVENC encoding. So it kept force closing my graphics card control panel. They wouldn't let me do anything. So we'll see. Where'd the game go? There we are. Settings. Gameplay. Use head bob. No, let's get rid of head bob. Apparently the character has a limp. So the limping effect of the camera can cause motion sickness very easily to people watching. Okay, yeah, we don't want any of that.
Don't do that, please. The heck?
Goblin, I kept the limp effect on because it adds to the immersion. Oh my god, am I actually logged in now? I can type in chat. Yes, welcome back, Shiloh.
Yay! I'm the commentary, by the way.
You're the commentary?
Yeah.
This makes me sick. You can keep it on though if you like. Twitch told me to change my shitty password and then I couldn't chat anymore. Get it together, Twitch. We're gonna leave the crosshairs on because I feel like I'd get lost without it. Oh. Apply. Controls. We'll see if I gotta change mouse sensitivity in a second. Subtitles on. Graphics. Okay, I got a nice graphics card. Let's go high quality.
Yeah.
Let me know if there's any dropped frames. Twitch will make money for boosts. Refuses to fix anything. Took like 4 login attempts, I think. Anyway, Hilo wasn't ever really gone. That's okay. Yeah, I don't. Twitch.
Do better in like all aspects. Twitch, come on.
Like, there was a key hidden in this game, and I found it on luck while asking I was asking Vol how far I had to go find the key, and then it was there in front of me. Wait, what? Yay. Okay, here we are. Controls seem okay. Sensitivity's good. Can see doors. Take it that's the front door and I can't leave that way, right? Can't go home? Can't leave? Okay, this is our home now. Bionic eyes. Thanks for the tip, Ash. An artist's triumph. Gallery opening wows critics. Some call him the new Caravaggio, others compare him to Van Eyck, and one awestruck critic, who wishes to remain unnamed, went as far as to invoke the spirit of the great Leonardo. Any way you slice it, the exhibition proved an immense success, and somebody scratched some shit out there. Distinct style has been praised for its unique combination of Renaissance influences and more progressive techniques. The artist himself attended the event in the company of his beautiful fiancée, looking stunning in her black gown, name removed. Has been revealed to us exclusively that the couple are indeed expecting. Alrighty.
Gasp.
Hell is what you make of it. Ooh, ee oh, oh. Love the music. Love. Ooh, Retect it. This wouldn't be an exploration game if I didn't open every cabinet in the building. Picture. Dude shaking another dude's hand. Wait. Passing something to him?
Gasp.
It's like a certificate of some sort. Dude's face has been scratched out. No, stop it. I need you to go right about there. Look, if you're blocking the other door, I can't open all the doors. Shit. I wish for all the doors to be open. Can I take it all the way out? Can I throw the drawers in the floor? That's what she said.
What?
I feel like that was vintage drug deal picks. Hell yeah, space makes it a bit easier to read if they get hard, but oh, thank you. I know I said this, but this game really gives me Song of Horror vibes. Oh man, yeah, you were struggling with that. Sir, I didn't touch the workshop, just like you asked, although I can't imagine the mess that's inside. Also, if you care so much for that room, maybe you should pay more attention to where you leave the keys.
Ooh,
I brought them back to
burn.
your office. Have a nice day.
Shit.
Damn. Okay, yeah, I see that. Nice. Still doubt you'll ever finish that game. That game was... that was something else. Oh shit, I hear water running. Sorry for yesterday. I have to tilt my head to just the right angle that they wrote in, apparently. You were right. I overreacted. It's just that. This isn't about me. It's about her. Oh, no, okay. I'm having a hard time with that one. It's just that. This isn't about me. It's about her. Everything I do with her best interest in mind. I guess I've always believed that in an imperfect world, it's worth to strive for perfection. Ah, now I'm starting to sound like my father. I will work on my temper, though. Promise, we'll talk later. I love you. Gray and stress. I've already gone gray. Yeah, some of them are a little... like, I started that one pretty strong, and I noticed that some of those letters ran together, and brain just was not processed. Ooh, it's locked.
Gasp.
They were roommates.
I love that one.
Nope, that's too dark for me. Got a nice little collar here. What does that say? It's an address. Popcool? I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, some letters just... that's it. There was... I don't know what word it was. Stay open. Ooh, nice kitchen. I think the reason why this reminds me of Song of Horror is because this actually uses the same lock, open, pickup icons. Ooh, okay. Cannot spell it. Yeah, you're close enough. I got it. Figures you'd be all right, so I made you a little treat. You know, I bet even Rembrandt. That came out of my mouth. I didn't realize I was that southern. Rembrandt occasionally took time off from being brilliant and shoved his head off like the rest. Snored his head off. It's like he shoved his head off. That doesn't make any sense. Snored his head off like the rest of us common folk. I know. Gasp. In other words, get some sleep, you big dummy. I love you. Rembrandt. Jesus. Is there a problem? Is that what we're doing now? Dinner served. Hey, another note. Paint, Rose Noir. burnt umber, sienna, brushes times 25, air fresheners, and 50 packs. Nice. Apples 50, no, 10 kilograms. Booze 5, 10, 30. That's generally how it is. Ram Ranch. Booze 5. We'll be fine with 5. Now make it 10. 30. 30 booze, please. Yo, you during lockdown? Yeah. I don't have a drinking problem. It's waking up the next day. Door. Why is it so dark? I can't jump. Those are some nice crates. I'm gonna get locked in the closet. Paprika. Loads of sugar. The bean sugar. Got bean sugar? Oh, I'm sorry, Shiloh. I have like the world's worst. If there's exploration in a game with cabinets that could be open, I just walk through and just open all the fuckers. I'm like, we have Bagheera. Every morning when we wake up, a third of the cabinets in the house are open. We know it's him.
I can hear him do it. I've watched him do it.
That is way too thick a door to just casually close. Okay, whatever. Turn off the water. Turn on the light. Because bathroom in a creepy house has never gone wrong. Not once. I heard a door. You think I didn't hear your shit? In an exploration game like this, though, it makes sense to... Yeah. One below knee prosthesis.
Baloney.
Below knee. Low the... Now, how the hell did they fuck up the length? Oh my god, bless their fucking heart. Achilles Prosthetics. I like the name company though. How the hell did they fuck up the length? Bless their heart. The presence of a poop ghost.
A poop ghost? For real?
We see beans. We enjoy beans. But yeah, the water indicates, from my recent ghost hunting experience, a sink turning on by itself indicates the presence of a poop ghost.
Where?
When I came in here, the water was running. I turned it off already.
Ghost?
Yeah, there's a poop ghost.
What does that mean?
In Phasmophobia, there's a new ghost that always sounds like it really, really, really needs to take a shit. Yeah, like the whole time it's hunting.
Poor thing, it probably died because it was constipated.
Hey, there's me.
Could you imagine
Wait, do I have
death by being jacked from shit?
Is that shadowing, or do I have one of those chin strap beards?
Ew. Ew.
So that faucet doesn't even, or that handle thingy doesn't even do anything. Oh, and the water looks like poop water. That's true too. I think it's shadowing. You appear to be Abraham Lincoln on his day off. Is there no light switch in here? Little Vinny and partners. Got a rat problem? Call us now and forget about it. Fast, efficient, and discreet. Oh, it's a postrum. Excellent. Nifty. What the fuck was that? Oh! Okay. I was like, what the hell? I just stepped on a bunch of mouse traps. Interesting.
Alright, Abraham Lincoln, what's where you're going?
I know. Look at this. They have this serious a mouse problem. Okay. Let's just continue on, shall we? Let's go upstairs. I don't like how his footstep sounds like a heartbeat. And I know that was an intentional design. Oh shit. I saw Ash do this. Or at least part of this. Because they got really excited about the piano and a door slams. No door for me? That's interesting. I'm okay. I should have expected that. Okay. Been working all night, don't wake me up. Yeah, that must be the bathroom and somebody didn't make it.
The poop ghost.
God, that looks... Somebody had a bad day.
Don't say.
Dumpling all around, dumpling all around, dumpling all around. So funny. Stumbling here and there, stumbling everywhere, and I must declare, I stepped right on her toes, and when she...
You have to stop the music. Go slowly.
You scared me.
Fuck you, gay. Damn it. Found the 30 boos. We're just getting started, aren't we? Alrighty. Okay. I'm alright. Damn it, that was a good one. The new face of music. The Night at the Opera becomes a night to remember. Not be a household name yet, but just give her time. So, okay. They're definitely covering up somebody's name. But for what reason? The The incredibly talented multi-instrumentalist gave an astounding performance last night, winning over even the most ardent naysayers. She was simply astounding. I haven't seen such passion, energy, and skill in years, stated famed pianist Daniel Richter. He was not alone in his praise. It seems that even Anthony Giles, one of somebody's harshest critics, has finally seen the light. Giles makes more sense, doesn't it? Had previously made disparaging comments about the artist, stating that, quote, "There's more to performing music than enthusiasm and a pretty face." When asked if another witnessing last night's performance, he regrets these words. Mr. Giles gives us a look that can only be described as a mixture of awe and embarrassment. Pressed for an answer, he simply said, "Yes." We caught up with... And it trails off. That's when he ripped it. Yes, Rupert Giles, exactly. Played by Anthony Michael Head. Oh, and there's a cat. Hello, kitty kitty. You want to say hi to Senna? Since she finally made an appearance. Can't believe it's taken her over an hour to show up. Yeah. You want to say hi to everybody? No, this way. Oh, look at me, look at the camera. Yeah. She baby girl. Yeah. She's so sweet. Yeah. BB Floof. Oh, thank you for the clip. Galactic's grand opening in flames. Disastrous fire at the new department store leaves dozens fighting for their lives.
Is that right on there?
What?
Oh, nothing. That's
okay. Oh yeah, she's make biscuit out of the hell on my thigh. The long-awaited opening of the Galactic department store turned into hell on Earth when the building's wires burst into flames. While the majority of the visitors managed to reach the emergency exits in time, several unfortunate attendees were trapped in the back of the building, having no chance to escape the raging inferno. The exact number of casualties has not yet been determined, although it is estimated that at least a dozen people have been severely injured. The owner of the Galactic, Ronald Sheffield, has so far declined to comment on today's tragic events. He's collecting the insurance money. Yeah, it really does. Yep. Music box. No, nothing. Fine. I got excited for nothing. Let's see how it is. Ooh, pretty ring. I wasn't done looking at that. That's a pretty ring. I don't see any kind of name or initials. Interesting. Well, appears to no longer be sleeping, at least. Or maybe he's invisible. Should I poke him with a stick? Poke, poke, poke. Sorry, couldn't sleep. The leg's been acting up again. Figured I might as well do some work. So, couldn't sleep, but his leg's been working up, or couldn't sleep, leg's been acting up, but he leaves his cane? Still can't believe how bad the fucking liquor bottle scared me. No. Very sus. Oh, I only opened the top drawer. There's some more drawers down there. Okay, there's only anything in the top drawer. Let's see. Now here's a perfect little staircase for a small child. Alright, so we have a conveniently cracked door over here, and then that bloody mess. So... Gee, what the fuck was that? Hot water. Alright, thank you for the alert. See you when you get back. Yeah, probably just the rats in the wall. Like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, what the fuck? Okay. The portrait on the wall. Rat friends, ooh.
I love rats.
Hey, Keith. I'm sorry, I'll make it up to you. Tonight, it's all about you and me. Let's make it special. You promised. I want to make a game like this where the end is a real Cobra is just a shit ton of rats. I'm here for it. Yo, Ifer, how we doing? Ooh, Little Red Riding Hood. Big ol' wolf. Yater. Checks out. Lots of blood all over the place, nothing suspicious. Oh no, he ate her too. Could spook me. Little Dead Riding Hood? Yeah, very dead. My dear friend, let me ask you one simple question. Have you completely lost your goddamn mind? Check. We're off to a good start. I know you're going through some hard times right now, I really do. That's why I agreed to let you do those illustrations in the first place. For old time's sake, I even deliberately gave you a trivial task because I expected Little Red Riding Hood to be something you can draw in your sleep. What I didn't expect is to get this demented nightmare fuel you submitted for the kids' bedtime story. There's no way in hell I'm using this, and I already regret agreeing to pay in advance. Please get your shit together. Your old pal, Liam Brickstone.
Fuck that guy.
Brickstone.
Brickstone.
Real solid fella, I bet. Whispered Tale Publishing House. I went to close the drawer. I have a key, but I don't know what the key goes to. I don't have a journal or anything that I'd know of. We have more booze. I feel like I've seen more than 30 booze bottles already. Yeah. It feels like they're aiming for like a late 1800s vibe, and it doesn't feel like that phrase would fit either. You're right.
What?
Get your shit together.
Oh, nope.
Doesn't feel like it quite belongs. Oh, there's the light switch. I like this room though. True story behind the picture of Dorian Gray. Was it true all along? Ooh. Place in the 20s or 30s, can't remember though. Okay, I went to turn it around. An astounding investigation by Professor Alistair R. Malmax from Miskatonic University uncovers the secrets of this magnificent work by one of all-time greatest writers, Oscar Wilde. Was Dorian Gray real? Did he have an insight into the esoteric? Is the novel filled with cryptic clues for the initiated? Read to find out. Still applies, phrasing doesn't fit, yeah. So Miskatonic is a classic staple of Lovecraft.
Huh.
Can I read any of these? Welcome back. Water is good, actually. I do need some water. Where does this take place? Where? It said there was one of the articles I read a second ago. Adri, welcome in. How are we doing? I've only jumped twice. We're doing good. It is good to see you. Welcome. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Freaking basketball rolling out of the kids' room. Might be prohibition if it's US. I don't know. Going on in the UK those days. Yay! A creepy children's room. Dolls. Really old baby rattle. I was hoping it would rattle more. How have you been, Adri? I don't remember us having any prohibition during that time over here. Yeah, that would be interesting for the 30 boozes. If we are looking at prohibition time. Oh, that's kind of cute. I mean, that would be cute if we weren't in a seemingly haunted house. Spent the day in Central Park with some friends. Now eating some noodles, trying to recover. Nice. Sounds like a pretty good day. And we love noodles. It's a fact of life. We love some noodles in this place. All of us. Archer vampire confirmed. Yeah, we always knew. 23. Yeah, we're not buying that. Archer.
Archer's a vampire?
Yeah.
Why did I know this?
Exactly. Shiloh, how long have you been 23? Okay. There's only so long we can stare at the not creepy child's painting before I realize that I'm avoiding jump scares. Bella Swan voice. I haven't aged since like 17. I have baby face. And the soldiers, they go marching. Just throw that back. Okay.
Oh god, that scared me. Oh,
You're not even playing the scary game.
I'm not.
Surprise. Archer's true secret. They are actually Sir Francis Girlboss.
Who?
Sir Francis Girlboss. Archer's character in Dream Daddy.
Oh, Jesus.
Daddy Francis. Door is locked. Shit. We gotta go to the room with all the blood. Dude had a hard time with the stairs, I noticed. Nice little tea lamp to accent the giant mansion. We went straight to that room. Oh, it's locked too. I have a key though. Fuck. That's all I can do upstairs. So I have 2 locked doors up here that I can't get into. I do have a key, though. Permission to do shadow. Heck yeah. Not even my character. It's based off of Sir Francis Varney the Vampire, which Shiloh has been reading on stream. Shout out to Shiloh Sator.
I'll see you fucked first, said the dozen geese wearing glasses. Now, Mr. Bestie, no shuffling. Did you address those observations to my ass?
Wait, hang on. It pulled the clip, but it didn't pull the link. Hang on a second. Let me check something real quick. Because it looks like it broke the link on Streamlabs. Let me reopen it on Stream Elements. Let's see. Chatbot. Check commands. Shoutouts. Let's see, CloudBot. Something went wrong. It was hiding the clip behind the captions. Crap. Okay. Let's see. Shout out thingy. We're gonna put that up in the top corner then. Alright, try us another one real quick. Because seriously, y'all are hanging out here. Y'all need to check out Shiloh too. Shiloh's awesome.
Come play with me. This is my computer. You can. There's three. There's 3 down here.
Oh, I'll be this one. Okay.
Oh, send twice. There's 3 computers, so you can have the bottom one.
Yeah.
So we're all playing Among Us together.
I'm facing the wrong way. There we go.
Angela. She knows
I
exactly
see someone. I see.
Alright, that worked, but I should have turned off the Streamlabs one. Every time I turn off the Streamlabs one, it says something went wrong. I wonder if it's because I'm live. I'll figure that out later, but we've got it figured. I think it only runs like 15, maybe 20 seconds. I can't remember how long I set it for. Excuse me. Also, Archer, go ahead and do a shout out for yourself. Because you're a heckin' awesome mod and streamer, which y'all should all be following. And I'm totally not buying for time to go downstairs.
Knock. Who's there? Not Shajarat.
Shajarat?
Alright. Ah, so the locked workshop downstairs is where the key is. Because now it's showing me a hand symbol holding a key.
Yes.
Oh, there's a door right there.
Is there people outside?
Oh, staircase down into darkness. Not today. Not right this second, anyway. Three a.m.? Interesting. Why did the door close? What the fuck? Interesting art room. Is this what the room's gonna look like eventually?
Let me see. Yeah. Is that the art room?
This is the art room. Safe. Oh no. This is safe room. I don't know what that means, but I feel like that's supposed to be comforting, but I don't feel like it's comforting.
Hi.
tortured the shit out for Ash, and it's when they played Bioshock and broke into somebody's house and murdered them. Got a note. I'm so sick and tired of us talking through these notes. We live in the same house, for God's sake, come talk to me when you're done, before you go to sleep. Sorry, boo. Give me that damn drawer. More painting supplies. I totally don't communicate through text. I don't know what y'all are talking about. Can't read any of those, so just open that back up. Snap in there. Hey, a drawer. Or, not a drawer. Ooh, more booze. More booze. Oh, that was paint, yeah. This one. My brain said, oh, look at the ketchup packets. Well, I mean, it could be. I just feel like it's paint. Oh, wait. It's covered for a reason, says Steam Achievements. And the dramatic music. This was Ash's clip about the looks like a man teaching his kid how to fish. Look at this. This blood smear.
Looks like what?
Man teaching his kid how to fish. That's what Ash said.
Huh.
Locked. All of them. Fantastic. More booze? Holy fuck, it's a whole drawer full of paintbrushes. Pencils, broken paintbrushes. Somebody was a frustrated painter.
Who's not?
Heck yeah, congrats, Archer. That's awesome. 2K followers on Twitter. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. Lost. You deserve it. Finish it. Interesting. Your shitposts have finally paid off. Yeah, the formatting is really weird. Right? Lost. You deserve it. Finish it. I don't know. And it looks... Oh, there's faded words, too. So this was a longer letter. The rest was erased. Yeah. So all that was left was lost. You deserve it. Finish it. Yeah. Does it reveal anything on space? Nope. Huh. Interesting. Is there nothing else to explore? Because y'all were calling this a safe room, and the door closed when I entered. Get it right this time?
Yeah.
Is written on the wall above the door. Question. Do I need to run to the bathroom before I open this door?
Are you gonna shit yourself?
No. I have been drinking a lot of wine and water, though. This cautionary tale about the dangers of perfectionist thinking. I'm spooked. I am too. Don't want to spoop yourself all. Ass first and the spoops can't get you. Better use the restroom. Okay. take a quick break, y'all. I'll be right back. Y'all having fun? Y'all are struggling this go around. This is not the first time Archer's pulled this, by the way, y'all. Ask first so the spooks don't get me. Shiloh's ask first and you spoop all over the spoops instead. Oh, that's a good one. Yay! Nice. Oh no.
Am I shaking your camera?
What? I don't know. Am I shaking?
When I draw?
I don't think so.
Shaking it?
I don't think so. It looks like it keeps focusing on me.
Okay.
Okay. Y'all are funny. Alright, I do want to say thank y'all for hiding away, and a shout out to anyone lurking as well. Thank y'all for just hiding away. I mean, do this for y'all.
You want to see what I'm drawing?
You want to see some art?
I'm still working on it. I'm doing I don't want to do Inktober, so I'm doing an Outfit-tober. And the first prompt was pumpkin.
We're just nuzlocking, super randomizing this game, and it's going really well. Started out pretty rough, but ooh.
She got her mouth full of
I don't know if that's
candy.
good or not, but I'm catching it.
As one does.
Why are all these like random, like the wild Pokemon level 6? What happened to?
Thank you for the shout out. Y'all check out Ivor. Do you only do retro games? I think every time I drop in, you're doing retros. I love it. I should see the art Ivor put together yesterday. Oh no.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I
Put
love.
together, like made?
I don't know. Shiloh said, "Ooh, tipsy art." Love how that's the second time I've done that during a Spoopy game. Yeah. Community art night. I'm interested. I'm totally not buying for time to open this damn door. I get it now.
What happened?
It's not necessarily... I mean, there's nothing scary there in front of me. But that is definitely not the room I left when I came in this room.
Oh. Shit getting weird.
I didn't come through this room. Little misty floors. Probably more likely they weren't paying attention. Do I have a light switch? No, just dark hallway. Got it. Ha ha ha. Lovely.
What was that?
I stepped into the hallway, the door closed behind me, now the door's locked.
Okay.
So... now I'm stuck in a hallway. And I don't want to go forward, but I can't go backwards. Forward it is! Okay. The door closed. Why are there no lights in this place? I mean, there's a light fixture right there. Why do I turn the light on, though? Interesting. Just out of reach. The window's gonna slam on me in it. Just out of reach. I knew it was gonna do it. I knew it. Why did I jump? Fucking hell. Okay. Hiding behind the curtain waiting to jump out and kill me, just go ahead and do it. Oh, it's the door. Hey, there's something I can read. We all jump together. Grand Goblinary. Okay, reconnect with your partner. Rebuild your relationship. Rediscover the joy of marriage. Rekindle the flame. Don't worry, you're not alone. Perfect relationships may look great on the silver screen, but the rest of us mortals have to face the simple truth. Nobody's perfect. And you know what? That's fine. In fact, many loving couples struggle with day-to-day life in a relationship. That does not make them any less special. It just takes some work, and we're here to help. Our consultants, all trained experts in their field, will help you identify the source of your troubles and deal with it at your own pace. Whether it's simple miscommunication, money problems, or conflicting personalities. Where there's a problem, there's always a solution, and remember, it's never too late. I love you, boo. No, I didn't put that there. We were all collectively shooketh. So this is how that book from It Takes Two started out as. Oh, yeah. I didn't watch all of that game, but I did watch quite a bit of it. I don't like that book. Welcome back. Alright. So, doesn't seem to be anything else in here, and I'm willing to bet odds that that hallway out there is no longer a hallway when I open this door. Or it's a different hallway. Either way. Yup. Different hallway. So it's gonna be like that, is it? That door's gonna slam behind me, right? And it's locked now. Oh yeah, the automatic window is lovely. When's a doorway not a doorway? When it's a doorway. Oh, damn it. Oh, this is a nicely lit room. Is something going to destroy me?
Probably.
He looks high. It's a woman sitting at a piano. Achievement, Scraps of Love. Interesting. Okay. Okay, I'll take it. I don't know what I did, but I'll take it. Going in circles. Seems to be a lot of booze all over the place. We all chuckle at joke. We do. So, maybe that room upstairs was spilled booze, question mark? And not bloody poop?
Pretty sure spilled booze and bloody poop do not look the same.
That's why Cards Against Humanity works so well with our group. Laughing at bad jokes. Let's see. We must kindly, albeit strongly, urge you to keep your voices down during the night. Your marital problems, while regrettable, are a private matter, and you should remain that way. They are certainly of no concern to us, and especially our children. Please consider that not everyone is a freelance artist. Some of us have to get up early and work for a living.
Oh shit!
Ooh, we need our sleep. We must.
Son, these are ass kicked.
We must also warn you that if things continue the way they are now, we will be forced to call the police.
No.
Sincerely,
Karen.
your very tired neighbors.
Karen and Chad.
I was going there too. While regrettable, yeah. Gestures to hardboiled. I don't even want to know. The mystery of the hardboiled will forever elude us. Sure. I'm not even going to question it. Going in circles. I definitely feel like I'm going in circles already. Next room. Oh, door handle's on this side. Inside. Door closes. At least I'm getting used to that. Like got the wind blowing. What has been hard-boiled? We don't know. I mean, could be anything. More paint or ketchup packets could be. Ooh, we got something. Save the date of so-and-so and so-and-so. Somebody requests the pleasure of your company to celebrate their wedding on Saturday the 9th of June at St. Luke's Chapel at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was hard-boiled and it was in someone's butt. We don't know what it is, and we don't want to know what it is. No matter what it is, it was gross. Alright, I mean, I'm not going to kink shame anybody, but I'm pretty sure I'm not going to stick something cooked in my butt. I mean, if that's what you want to do, go for it. Be safe, have fun. You look depressed. And then have it eaten out of your butt. Which was the end of the card. Yeah, okay. Hey. I didn't like that. 548. That has 3 digits on it, so 548, right? Interesting. Anything else? No? Alright, let's just go to this. 5, 4, 8. I feel like there has to be a name for that. Snacking. I ain't got anything better. I feel like my brain was trying to put something together. Snassing? Marshall snacking. Or no, marital snacking. Marshall snacking. Oh, whatever. What do we got? The past holds back. Look closer.
The thought alone that the most beautiful piece of art doesn't have my name on it is killing me. So, will you marry me?
Oh, okay. So this was the same ring that was upstairs in dude's room. That voice though? Yeah, that was definitely a voice. I don't know. I can't take it with me, so. Past holds back, look closer. Never forget. Was there a door there a second ago? There wasn't a door there a second ago, right? Don't simp, I promise you don't go down that path. Oh no. The past holds back, look closer. What am I supposed to look closer at? I mean, I have bionic eyes for a reason, I assume, but... The rocking chair makes me uneasy. Was an insanely possessive thing to say, even if it was a cute and a clever, even if it was cute in a clever way. Yeah, it was. That rocking chair's making me uncomfy. Damn it. like how the doors keep closing behind me.
Ooh, that could have been the best.
That is why I have a problem with that. Because it was rocking, and then it wasn't.
You gonna be okay, babe?
Creepy ass game. I just know I'm gonna open a door that's gonna scare me. I know it. The doors keep closing. Yeah, I get it. Son of a bitch. I was expecting it to be locked. But no, of course not. Whatever. Dominoes. You want to play some games?
Huh?
There's a set of dominoes here. We can play dominoes.
I've only played dominoes like one time. I don't really know how to play.
Y'all think the ghost just wants to play dominoes with me?
Sure, just like it wanted her to play the piano.
The...
You okay? What?
What the fuck was that?
What happened?
I walked up, there was a baby doll nailed to the wall, and then like I fell through the floor or some shit. Wish I had the power to steal one nice voice from one shitty person. I want to be a baritone so bad. I know, Archer.
Love you, Archer.
Yeah, we do it. Okay. What even happened? Did I fall through the floor? Like, I can't see shit. Now there's a light source. So I guess I need to stumble that direction. Because I'm a soprano without the gabagool.
The fuck is that?
I don't what? You're using mouth words. What the fuck is even happening? The soprano. Oh, I was making a joke from Sopranos. What the fuck is even happening?
You gonna be okay?
But you're also a soprano singing voice. I don't even know what's happening. That scared the shit out of me, and I can't see anything. Just one light source to the next. Holy.
You're scaring me.
Okay. Joke's not working. Keep you humble. Can't be funny all the time. I love you, Archer. Professor Quirrell, yeah. So apparently Dorian Gray is Professor Quirrell. I feel like I about pulled a damn shoulder on that jump. Well done, game. Well done. I applaud you. That was excellently done. So, how did the giant painting move closer to me? And then it did some weird shit, like distorted image. Wasn't hiding anything. That's way too small. Spacebar. My love, even though you have not been born yet, I can already feel your presence. It's simply amazing. I just can't believe how lucky I am. A year ago, all I had was talent and ambition. Now, against all odds, I have a career, a loving husband, and you. I have never been a deeply religious person. I guess what other people look for in a sermon, I found in perfecting my art. But now I can't help but feel like there's a higher power watching over me. They once told me that I would never succeed as a musician. Now I'm playing sold-out concerts at some of the most prestigious venues in the country. They also said I had a difficult character and that I would never find a soulmate. Oh no. I got a yawn attack. Sorry, y'all. Guess again, finally, a doctor once told me that I would never be able to have children of my own, and yet, here you are within me. I am quite possibly the happiest woman in the world. I love you so much. This all comes back to that vintage drug deal pick. Yeah, you're just tripping LSD. Tripping all those booze bottles that keep on appearing. It is a walking hazard. Here you are within me because I ate you. Archer, that's not how that works. Do we need to sit you down and have the talk?
About the birds and the bees and the silver spoon.
Oh my god. I'm still recovering from that. That was such a stupid jump scare. What? Am I tripping over beer bottles again? What the fuck is happening? Fuck you, Professor Quirrell. Oh, that's right, yeah. Archer doesn't remember the specifics of human conception because they're a vampire.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, are the candles lighting up as I round the corner? Am I seeing that correctly? Like, somebody is lighting my way? Like, I'm scared to even, like, look backwards. What the... Pull the lever, Gronk. Huh. It has escaped the basement. That painting. That, yeah, this is the room. That was where there was a baby doll nailed to the wall. And as I walked closer, shit happened. Like, I fell through the floor, I'm pretty sure. Question mark. Nobody knows. And then, yeah, fucking Dorian Gray over here. If it's Dorian Gray, it should just be in the attic. Yes. Never trust a baby. No, of course not. Kensei, you lovely bean. They don't want me going back. Welcome in. How are we doing? Jeez. I've had a couple of good jump scares so far. And, whatever. I'm back this way again. Okay. Creepy music intensifies. Of course you're locked. Somebody broke a panel there. For what reason? They all have distorted faces. This game is fucked. What is even happening? Why are all their faces like this? Yeah, it's...
Wait, are we still in space?
No, we changed games because I got stuck in a doorway. This is Layers of Fear, everyone, instead of... We started with Dead Space, and we had some sort of glitch sync messed up with the graphics card, and it wouldn't let... There's a process to actually fix it. It's a known problem. There's a process to do it, but it would not let me access my graphic card feature while I'm streaming through NVENC encoding. So I didn't really feel like cutting streams, so we just switched over to this, and we'll get back to Dead Space another day.
Because I was kind of wondering if we were still in space there for a second. Are you okay?
Motherfucker. Yeah, Archer, give Kensei a shout out, please. Thinking of starting a DayZ RP server. Yeah, Hall's been using a lot of naughty words. Ah. I didn't hear anything. It looks like it's playing, though. Weird. Okay. Paint deep lies.
Now, a tiny bit to the left. Yes, just like that. Hold that pose. I want to get all those lovely curves just right.
Yep. Under titty. I'm not that round. Whatever. The house threw a painting at me. Well, not at me, it threw it against the wall. Oh god, Archer. Okay. Alright, let's just keep moving. No, stay open. Damn door. Just jump scares. You're gonna be fine. Get a little booze. Crackling fire. Somebody left their glasses. Damn. A suicidal rat. Interesting. And I bet it smells fucking terrible in this room right now. Mentally, this is how my to be read list looks. Bart. Murillo sepsum depengens prov velorum votus appreci bus explendus. Boom. Demon summoned. No? No? Nothing? Okay. Interesting. Another one? I didn't even see that one. Screeching arsonists echoing screams. They stop at nothing. I won't go down easy. That's a picture of a flaming rat. Ah, yes, Bart. The artist's impression. Nice. Archer. Fire and all. Alright. I knew something. What the fuck was that? What the What the fuck just happened?
Here, drink you some water.
Say a jump scare. Back-to-back jump scare. Looked like a sand. Okay, it happened so fast I didn't actually see what it was. So I walked up to the fire and the fire went out. Just little jump, and I turn around and something charged through me. But now Bart is missing from the painting. There's no plaque there under Bart. The stack of books is gone, and it looks like that painting has been melted. You clipped it. It's a human figure made from books. Okay, so the books on the table jumped up and charged me. Fascinating. The old 1-2 jump scare. Skidoo. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate all these clips, y'all. I really do. I'll have to make a jump scare montage. Oh, it's a teddy bear. I need a teddy bear. Yes, it does, Archer. Jeez, what the fuck? I don't think there's even anything left in this room, right? This room looks lovely. This room sounds super drafty. There's something to read. Okay. Straighten up for a second. Good lord. Hey, in regards to your previous letter, I'm sure it's nothing to be too concerned about. Women tend to get weird after having a baby.
Hey.
Hormone imbalances and the like. When we had our first, I remember Valerie got the blues real bad. I would ask her what she wanted for lunch and she just burst into tears. Just be there for her and I'm sure it's going to be fine. Now I know I promised not to rush you and by all means enjoy your well-deserved time off, but just to let you know, I'm getting phone calls up the yin-yang, commissions left and right. You're a hot ticket, my friend. Maybe we should strike the iron while it's hot. But of course, the family comes first. Your friend and agent, Thomas Caldwell.
An agent sounds like an ass.
Yeah. Oh my god. I'm actually, yeah, that one got me.
What was it?
It was a collection of books in the shape of a human that charged me.
Dave, here.
Of course, somebody's crying ahead. And there's a flickering light, because why would there be? God, I don't like any of this. Startle the witch. Oh my god. The crying is me with no chicken wing nuggies. Don't worry, it's just postpartum depression.
Hello. It's about time for us to talk, don't you think? I mean, I've seen you in my house so many times, and yet I could never find the courage to face you directly. Not until now.
Odd. To be fair, not having chicken nuggets is depressing. I can't compare it to postpartum for obvious reasons. She's talking to the rats. That actually makes sense. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Or is it Professor Quirrell? Fucking hate flashing lights. Oh my god. Left or right, y'all? Nice. her, but I just like instinctively sidestep for the door at this point because I just know it's going to close. I don't like any of this because there's space beyond that shelf. You got this all? Yeah, thanks, Ash. Hey, Ghost, I'm making a lot of noise over here if you want to come fuck me up. Jesus. Fuck. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, okay. I feel like it's just wanting me to let my guard down. Oh yeah, you're fine. I've actually not been using Gilded as much as I intended to. Got some flooding in this place. First step is the hardest. Yeah. I don't like this lushy steps. Hey, how do we make it back to the kitchen? Of course you're locked. We're back in the kitchen downstairs, right? Is this the same one, or...? True. 2 pieces of fruit fell out of that painting. And then whatever the fuck happened at that door. Don't worry about it. Totally not scared. It's rotted fruit, too. Door's locked. Of course it is. So now that one's unlocked, right? Maybe. And the poop ghost is here. Am I supposed to put something on that? Like, I can't pick up and move stuff so far. Okay, okay. Both doors are locked. I am trapped in the kitchen. There's a thingy up here. Minced mice starving me out. Chunky, crunchy carcasses.
It's a beautiful poem.
Constantly sick. Sugar. They got a lot of sugar up in this place.
I'm pretty happy with how that turned out.
So confused. My shoulders are so damn tense.
Your shoulders are tense.
Yeah.
I love you.
Did something throw a knife at me? I didn't actually see anything, but it sounded like a knife. What the fuck? I don't want to turn around.
First, I looked for a canvas. Not just any canvas.
It's a mask.
I had to find a knife. Not one of those bread ones. It needed to be as sharp as a razor. So I used a razor, in fact, and then carefully flayed the skin. Booze helped keep my hand steady.
Interesting. Bamadina, greetings. Bamadina says hi, Tipsy.
Hi.
This is Spoopy. Very, very scary. I'm jumping a lot. I understand if you don't want to hide away for the evening.
You don't even remember your own tagline.
I don't know my tagline. There's potatoes in my fruit. Yeah, just a little extra skin. I thought it was a mask, but it's actually somebody's face, I'm pretty sure. There's still the sound of fruit falling. Talk about a pound of flesh, can say. Good lord. Flesh yum.
Say, come here.
What is it, buddy?
There's that white dog's outside.
Probably lurk, but big loves to all. I appreciate it. Tastes like a fruit roll-up. Archer. Stop falling. Just stay up there. Alright, so I can't even see that door anymore, so clearly the game wants me to go that direction. Yep, I can open that door now. Shit. Back to the painting room. Tastes like a fruit roll-up, I swear to God, Archer. Deep breaths. Remember, you're a professional. Yeah, we've got this. It's just the first few strokes. Then you're over the hump. What's so hard about that? I'm going to do a quick stretch here. Try to loosen up these damn shoulders. Strokes, hump, hard. Yeah. You having a hard time focusing over there, Shiloh? Eewee. Woo. Okay, I'm good. Foot splatter or paint? Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely paint. Huh, this is a bunch of the stuff I've collected so far. So... Nice. So it's a collection of stuff I've found. Mince mice. Oh, so this wall has those thingies. Shapeless dreams over the wall now. Only saw 2 things in it. Yeah, I think so. And then, yeah, the rat things here on the wall. Shapeless dreams. So this seems sort of like a, I guess...
Hey, scaredy cat.
Yeah.
You want some tea?
Yeah. I would love some tea. Water tribe.
You want some water tribe tea?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll try some water tribe tea.
I'll do water tribe.
Yeah, it's a trophy room. So Ash was calling this the safe room earlier. So I'm guessing this is like a central hub that you keep returning to look at the stuff you've collected through the game. Like a trophy room. Now there's more words revealed on this as well. Because it was just lost, you deserve it, finish it. And now there's hate even now across the top. He's here to go. Thank you, Archer. You get some good clips from Tipsy. Yes, you build the painting here. Ah, gotcha. So it looks like there's 4 different collectible stuff. Got the journal over there with the pictures, the rat shit on the wall, the painting itself, and this letter. Game is exactly like Wheel of Fortune, but with rats. Okay. I got it. Nothing has changed in the painting until I touched it. Zombie flamingos. Interesting. Still says sleepless dreams. That didn't change any. So every time we come back in here, we can see what we've collected, click on the painting, and it adds more paint layers. So we went from a dad teaching his kid to fish. That's how the story started. And then a pair of zombie flamingos attack them. So we're slowly unfolding this nightmare. It's a very interesting story. I wonder what comes after the Creepy. Oh, one of the cabinets is open. First I looked up a canvas. Not just any. Oh, okay, so the painting thingy is now unlocked. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 collectible stuffs instead. Then whatever the fuck this is. There's a mirror that I don't see my reflection in. Flub meat goes. Oh, I love it. I have the skin. Yep, we do have the skin. Shapeless. Yes, not sleepless. You are correct. Wait, what? Who? Oh, gotcha. Alrighty, so... Alrighty, flamingos. Got it. Onwards to the next jump scare. My brain be dumb today, the hippo really popping out. Intense music. Sidestep the door. Pretty sure I saw a texture shift in the door from the actual like development. I'm okay. We got this. It's an old-timey elevator. Damn it, I'm actually getting hungry again. Shit. Well, we had a couple extra fillets of salmon. We were trying to figure out what the hell to do with it. We decided we'd try like fish taco with salmon. Tipsy baked the salmon, did some like tomato and onion salsa sort of topping. It's not bad. The salmon is a little bit powerful for fish tacos, and to me it clashed with the tomatoes. But it was pretty good. Oh, with the black beans, the smushed black beans. Okay, I'm stalling for time. Ooh, tea. You got it? Yep. I finished the wine already, so.
You've had the water tribe, haven't you?
I think I did. Red light. I can't go left with it.
He never barked. He growled.
That's a good boy. So we got this. Not gonna go left with it? I cannot go left with that. I don't want to activate the elevator. I'm trapped in an elevator. We're going up. You're gonna see some creepy shit on the floor we pass. Yep. Pass catches up. No, don't jump scare me, please. I'm okay. Okay. We're okay. We're okay. We're okay. Creepy ghost lady. There's too many doors. I don't like this many options. Game, why do you give me options? So far it... Okay, that's one less option. Everything is like so dark and drab, and then there's a bright ass red face. Boss face, whatever. In England, a booster shot is called a Worcestershire shot.
Oh my god.
Okay, so not as many options as I thought. Why do I keep looking behind me? Every time I look behind me, something attacks. Yeah, I heard that door. Don't think I didn't hear that. Oh, all of them are locked. Fuck, that means I gotta turn around. Motherfucker. Oh, it's pronounced Worcester? What? I don't ever figure out how to fucking pronounce that word. I don't want to turn around. I have to turn around. Yeah, right? We do it to confuse people. Yeah, I feel like if they wanted it to be pronounced Worcester, there should have been two O's in there.
Or you.
Yeah, or you. I have to turn around eventually. Oh, we can ash this ass first. It's pronounced Worcester. Okay, so that's what I don't get. Because reasons. Like, there are so many words that have unnecessarily pronounced R's. There's no R there, but there's an R in the pronunciation. And you have a fucking word with an R in it, and you're not going to pronounce it. I call bullshit. Most likely it all used to be pronounced, but just coalesced into one word, one over time. Ask first isn't working, nothing's happening. Oh, fuck, that door's open now. It's down to older English, I think, and how English has kind of become hodgepodge. English is a mess. English is absolutely a mess. Okay, just a room full of paintings. But there's a key. Twy! Thank you so much for the raid. Hang on, let's pause this real quick. Greetings, everyone. I am freaking terrified. Welcome, man. I'm Hall. I am jumping so much. Thank you so much for bringing your community over. Y'all appreciate.
Come on. Stop being a pervert.
Oh, yes, thank you. Just did them last night. Like a little scaredy cat to represent me. Because I knew I was going to be playing Spoopies. We had originally planned for Dead Space and ran into some tech issues, so we switched over to Layers of Fear. So we're collecting jump scares. So yeah, it's definitely a thing. But welcome in. Thank you so much, Twy and Susta Kroko. Probably pronouncing that wrong. I'm so sorry. Lady, I'm gonna call y'all Seuss and Lady. Let me know if there's anything else you prefer me to call you by. Oh, the kitty. I got another kitty sitting right over there, just out of view. I usually have one in my lap, but I've been jumping.
Sorry about my feet.
Oh, you're fine. My pronouns are they, them. Thank you for asking. I do have subtitles. Thanks. I am using Pixel Chat. My accent's a little iffy, and they sort of pick up some weird stuff, but so thank you. First Twitch stream I catch with subtitle. Oh, I try to accommodate. We were using Kamisu, pronounced correctly. Thank you so much. I have mild hearing damage. You have no idea how much of a miracle this is to me. Oh, I'm so happy to help. I mean that's why I want to have captions, is to help people. For the most part, I don't have too much hearing issue.
I have tinnitus.
Yeah, my partner has tinnitus, and but I actually prefer finding captions than subtitles. Again, it's a little iffy on what it picks up, but it gets the point across well enough.
Yeah.
This chat's really good, even if it still does bug out occasionally.
Fill the gaps of what you can't.
Swiss. Okay. Swiss. Gotcha. Prefer using that to anything else. Way good enough, thank you. Mostly because of auditory. Yes. Well, thank y'all so much for joining. I stream every Sunday night, usually more chill games. Spoopy season, I had to lean into it, you know. So we're doing Layers of Fear, and we have. Thank y'all so much for the follow. I don't have any notifications up in chat or on screen due to the ongoing stuff, but I do. I had a wait period on chat. I've currently disabled it to try to build back some trust on the platform and try to get some new folks in. And I really see, this is what I love. I get to meet new people. I get to welcome y'all in, and the bots kind of make that a little more difficult. So, but everything's going pretty good. Difference between Pixel Chat is amazing, actually. Yes, I was using the one that was integrated with Twitch, and one day it just stopped working for me, and everything I messed with, it would not come back online. Have I follow goat noise? I was gonna say something else. I'm lost. I stream every Sunday at 4 p.m. Central. I usually go about 3.5 to 4 hours. I think we're like 3 hours in. Yeah, 3 hours in. So I got about another hour. Trying to try not to stress myself out with these jump scares. At least you have a good team of mods. I do have a good team of mods. 2 in the morning for you. Oh, lovely. I actually do have a lot of friends over in Europe. Did your name ever make it on the boards?
Oh, mother bitch.
I think, yeah, Twidark, you are up there. Just off screen, actually. I do have a couple of names that haven't.
Listen, I've been struggling.
3 a.m. game. 1 a.m. for Archer. Yeah, it's 7 p.m. for me. I the wall was for subs and gift sub recipients. I did recently offboard my affiliate status, so I'm still trying to figure out how I want to reintegrate that now. I am using, if anybody does want to throw money my direction, I got my right here. I got I started to have a problem with the way Twitch has handled all of this. And so Twitch taking 50% of the cut of anybody trying to support me kind of set wrong. So, I mean, if things start to settle back down and sort out, I will reactivate affiliate and go from there. But right now, I am not an affiliate. I do not have any channel point options or anything like that. I do have a Ko-fi, I have a Patreon, as well as everything's integrated through Streamlabs. Yeah, I completely understand Twilight. I don't blame anybody for not. It seemed for me the right call. And I did take a hit on income doing it, but for now it felt right for my own for myself, and I don't fault anybody for not, because I mean there is income to this. And I do appreciate that. I appreciate everyone hiding away, and I appreciate you bringing in your lovely community. Words are heard. I'm a writer. Anyway. All right. Y'all come in for some spoopies, I reckon. All right. Canceling the agreement with Twitch, but considered I'm already struggling to save up. Yeah, I don't blame you at all. It's an entire mood, isn't it, Shiloh? Okay. So we found this room. There's a key over here that it's trying to tell me I need to pick up. I have the key. The room distorted. I noticed that. Dear sir, while I can certainly understand that you are upset, and I have nothing but sympathy for your wife and yourself, I must categorically state that I do not wish to receive any further correspondence from you in this matter. Any skin graft procedure is extremely complicated and inherently associated with the risk of failure. Having stated that, I assure you that me and my colleagues at St. Anne have made every effort to ensure a positive outcome for your wife. Personally speaking, I believe we have done the best job possible considering the extent of tissue damage. You are, of course, entitled to your opinion, and I can certainly understand your disappointment. What I do not understand is how you seem to think writing hateful letters to me or my fellow doctors will ameliorate? I'm not even familiar with that word. Ameliorate the situation? Guessing pacify the situation, fix it? I don't know. As I have already stated, I can certainly understand you've been under a lot of stress as of late, and thus I will not press charges if you refrain from any further correspondence. Let me make it absolutely clear that I will not tolerate any further threats aimed at my staff, my family, or myself. If you wish to seek psychological help, I can have my assistant provide contact information of several specialists who would be more than competent to help you get through these hard times. With regards and best wishes for you and your wife, William H. Green, MD. Ameliorate is to fix, repair, or aid. Thank you so much for that. I have the biggest respect for any writers. My current project is actually adapting a friend's debut novel to a screenplay. Pretty excited about that. Wow, your voice is so gentle. Thank you. It's a fading green into gentle violet. Paul's voice is super. Thank y'all. I appreciate that.
I think your voice is relaxing.
Yeah.
That's why I have to make noise in the background. I gotta balance that shit out.
That makes sense, because when I start talking, Tipsy stops listening. Just lull her to sleep.
I can't even say anything. I can't think. We all have ADD in this house. That hey listen thing actually works.
It actually does. Anybody that has like processing issues, like you have a hard time with conversations, there was a thing that Tipsy found on TikTok.
The oh holy TikTok.
Yeah. For
getting your attention.
Yeah, getting somebody's attention, called the Navi approach. Navi from Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, of saying, hey, listen, when you need to get somebody's attention, instead of having to repeat yourself because they weren't paying attention in the first place.
And it works. And it's not like in a mean way.
Also thinks your voice is relaxing, that's why you read so much. You need to do audiobooks, all seriously. I did look, there is a website that you can sign up for to do that. I need to find that again, and I need to send it to you because you need to do it too.
Archer does. I like listening to Archer.
I will look into that, I suppose.
You have to work on your brain not reading faster than your mouth.
Yeah, that's my eyes read faster than my mouth does. So I actually have to catch myself.
Oh my god, and you're so monotone.
I'm getting better with that.
You are getting better, Bill.
I used to be like very, very, very monotone when I started reading. Like there was no inflection in the words. And I have noticed that streaming has actually helped me with that.
Yeah.
Someone tried to do that to me once and they still have to wave a hand in front of my face to get my attention. Oh, bless your heart, Archer. They really have, Shiloh, and they've been fantastic. I'm glad I'm not the only one, Toy. It is a work of art. Alright. So, are we at the conclusion that this dude cut half his wife's face off? Right? Is that what happened? And now he's pissed at the doctors because they didn't fix it right? I think. That's my interpretation at this point. I don't want to walk out in the hallway. Snip snop, your face comes off. Fuck. It's a different hallway. The hallways keep changing. It's another room. Close but not quite. Piano. That is pretty music.
Why did you stop? That tune was perfect. Honey, please, just a little longer. At least until I finish painting this one part. Oh, don't make me beg.
Inspired OCD. Ew.
There you go.
That's really cool.
Ta-da.
Not a goblin, I am Goat Mom. Ooh. Alright. So that's 2 rooms. Yeah, because there was a door at the end of this hallway when I... Right? No? I'm so lost.
I did it. It's up there.
You did... Oh.
Are they in the chat?
Who was it?
The Lord Apprentice?
Lord Apprentice.
Was that right?
Yeah. Lord Apprentice and Cinnamon. I don't think Cinnamon or Lord are here. They might be lurking though, but you haven't redeemed any points to swap out words in the story. I'm reading Chaos Brain though. I love the fact that Goblin People actually describes several people in this group.
Present.
It's bedtime for the Zamies. Have a wonderful night. Thank you all so much for hiding away. I have a name. Why don't I use it? Hideaway. I'm Hall Hideaway. I try to use the slogan "Thanks for hiding away" because I am Hall Hideaway, and I can't ever fucking get it right. It's my own damn catchphrase. It's embarrassing, really. But thank you so much for hiding away. Yeah, Hall Hideout. Name change. We're done. I'm rebranding. Door's locked. I do have a key. Back to the elevator. A key goes to this door. Yeah, there wasn't a door, because I came around the corner and there was a door at the end of the hallway. Now the door's way down here, right? Or am I just... I'm so lost. The house keeps changing. There's so many fucking doors in this little tiny hallway. Stairs upwards. Yeah. Yeah, that is definitely something else, Archer.
Your tea.
I've been sipping a little bit. That one's locked. Okay. What do I hear? Is it a fire? This place takes the fun out of Funhouse and turns it to fuck. Wait, Fuckhouse is something different. Attic? Does sound like a firecracker, doesn't it? Color me surprised, you're playing a scare. I know, right? It's spooky season. And I'm scared. Interesting. I don't know how to process this. Like, Explorer Brain says there's probably something hidden over there. But if you go over there, the floor's gonna collapse and you're gonna die in the fire. Damn door. Oh my gosh. The damn wind that howls through this house. That doesn't sound like wind. Fuck you, Gabe. Damn it. Captions put hockey game, damn it. Oh. Jeez. Holy crap. I'm okay. I'm good. Wish I had a heart rate monitor. Yeah, I really didn't plan ahead for that. I bet it fucking skyrocketed right there. Big open intersections in horror games make me paranoid. More damn rats. Warning signs. The following list is a compilation of the most common symptoms of schizophrenia. Off to a good start, aren't we? While typically diagnosed between the ages of 15 and 25, the disorder is known to affect older patients as well. Note that these symptoms are not exclusive to schizophrenia and should by no means be treated as conclusive evidence of this particular affliction. In order to obtain a proper diagnosis, you should contact a qualified specialist, i.e., psychologist or psychiatrist. Psychiatrist. Mouse brand. Okay. Blank expression stares off into space. Yes. Involuntary facial movements. Yes. Insomnia. Haven't noticed. Unusual gestures or postures. Always had that. Unable to experience joy from activities. Definitely.
What are we looking at?
These are signs of schizophrenia, apparently.
Schizophrenia?
That's what it says. Depersonalization. What does that even mean? Valid point. Awkward, clumsy movement. Might be from the accident. Prone to anger, resentment. More... Wait, whore?
Whore?
No, H-O-R-E. Whore passive aggressive?
Listen. I'm trying.
Nice. It says more passive aggressive. That doesn't look like an M. Yeah, it does. Okay, right above it, it's the M. There's the H. Okay, I see it now. More. More passive aggressive. It's an M. I see it now. It just kind of looks like an H. Lack of motivation. That's a big yes for me. I don't know about y'all. Yes. Suicidal tendencies. Question mark, question mark, question mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark.
Are we getting self-diagnosed over here?
Anybody in the chat worried about me at this point? I'll have to answer that. It's okay. This is some good tea.
Yeah.
I feel like the game is leading me that way. So I'm going to take the Halo approach and go in the opposite direction. So it does this. She's sitting over there in the floor. In all honesty, she's probably starting to tell us to go to bed. Damn door closed. Of course it did. All right, so we got another fireplace. Last time we did that, that was a lot of fun. We're in agreement. That's not how shadows work, right? Excuse me. Yeehaw Monopoly. What is Yeehaw Monopoly? Bang. It's called Bang. Okay. Nothing like Monopoly at all. Okay. But not by us. We call it Yeehaw Monopoly. Okay. I don't know what Bang is. But I'll check it out. Say Yeehaw Monopoly is a joke once and it sticks. Yeah, I mean, that's usually how it works. Card game. Or in Discord, we say Bang to cause confusion. Oh, I saw the beginning of that conversation where y'all were confusing the hell out of J-Rad. I'm sure the conversation devolved from there. Fine, fireplace. No? Okay. Not this time then. So it's the other door. God damn a horse. What the hell fucked up this room? What? That's a good quote, by the way. What the fuck just happened, though? I'm so confused. That painting's always been unsettling. I don't see anything else in here. I mean, I see the safe, but I don't have a code for it, so... Or a combination, not a code. Dum-dum. 314? I went too far the first time. 3. There's gotta be something more to that. All these paintings. Another flashing light over there. There hasn't been a jump scare in a minute, so... lovely. Just a painting melting from the wall. Y'all, I'm so fucking tense right now. If I had a heart rate monitor, it would be going insane, I'm sure. Yeah, it is very unsettling when the picture just melts. My horse. Oh my lord. I don't even know what y'all are talking about. So that is a mirror, and I'm to walk through, right? Ooh, okay, yeah. I don't want to turn around. I do not want to turn around. It cannot be undone. Cannot be undone. So yeah, that really fucked up that room in there. Cannot be undone. Shit. What even is happening anymore? This is some good tea. Alright. So we got green hazy stuff going on down here. Well, hello there, doggo. Doggo sounds angry. Hellhound. Okay. Okay. Here, whispering. Good boy. No longer angry. Oh. Just a little crispy, a little overcooked. Hellhound. Like how you like your chicken. Chimkin. You want this as well. No, not really. We do love some good crunch though. Got a wheelchair. It's fancy. French chicken, best chicken. It is. Ooh, what do we got? A once great artist, somebody's new painting laughed out of galleries. What we witness today, while entirely worthless in artistic terms, might be an invaluable case study for psychologists. Pardon. That would be edited out of the audiobook, obviously. These harsh words came from none other than Jason Hughes. The famed critic was one of the first to appreciate the works of Redacted, and whose praise once contributed to his first spectacular success. When asked if such brutal criticism was indeed called for, especially in light of the recent tragic events, Hughes responded, "As critics, it is our duty to critique art, but not to judge the artist. The man has been through a lot lately, and obviously it has taken its toll on him. Still, if we were to remain silent and pretend this is even remotely acceptable, we would be doing the artist a disservice. Other critics were only slightly more lenient." Interesting. That's a cool painting. Now I kind of want some crunchy chicken. What have y'all done to me? Gotta be crispy crunchy. Ooh. Y'all are just trying to get me to say ooh. Locked. Locked. Alright, so at what point in reality would you have just put all safety of your own body away to get the hell out of this place? I'm just like running for the hills. Like, I feel like there's some sort of motivation to this character I'm playing as, but it's not apparent. Like, why am I here? Right? Did I miss something? What the fuck? Why would you put a giant painting behind the door like that? Oh, fuck, now I gotta turn around. Every time I turn around. I don't even know how to pronounce that last one. Ooh, iwi, oo, twit. TWT. I don't want to turn around. Not as if Art, but Art the Angry Butler. Welcome, Feature. Greetings and good evening. How are we doing? Everything changed when the Twit Nation attacked. Fuck, I have to turn around, don't I? There it is again. So now I have to turn around again. It's just trying to throw me off. Why?
Because it's a spoopy game.
Only the Uwatar, master of all four cute speaks, can stop them. Oh my god, Archer. Like, I knew it was going to do something. Oh, back at the beginning of this hallway. Uwatar. That's still locked. Rat! fuck? The wheelchair melted into the floor. What the fuck is even happening? We're gonna follow the rat because that feels like the logical path. Which are the last word maker? As punishment for my joke, my leg just made a lovely crunch sound. Love that for you. Yep. Do you mean a quench sound? Quench, ooh, quench sound. Eewee. Y'all are ridiculous. Spacebar. September 12th. She's bandit.
Man, you come straight out of the gate with nothing.
You get really excited running and you don't go anywhere. Yeah. She's been at it again. Earlier in the day, I found more of her reviews. Little notes stuck to one of my latest paintings. Some of the most scathing, hateful shit I've ever read about my work. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. After all, she knows me well enough to know what really gets to me. I just can't believe she would use that against me. Worst thing is, when I confronted her about it, she claimed she hadn't written any of them. Like I can't tell her handwriting, Jesus. Does she really hate me that much, or is her mind starting to slip? I just don't know what to do anymore. Did I just say Cheese Bandit? I don't remember saying Cheese Bandit. Me at 3 a.m. eating cheese straight off the block. Did I say Cheese Bandit?
No.
Is that how I started the... I don't even know. Oh. When I stumbled at the beginning, you heard Cheese Bandit. That's probably pretty close, because I messed up on Ben. I read it with an A sound, so yeah, pretty close. We're gonna go with that though. So Cheese Bandit's a new inside joke. Yeah, the house wants me out of here. Why we keep going, I don't know. Should listen to the damn house and get the fuck out. Wonder if the Property Brothers would be able to fix this place up. Oh, you're right. Maybe it doesn't want me to leave. I forgot about the window closing. Why do you want to eat shrimp so badly right now? I want some chicken now because of the crispy chicken talk. I'm gonna have to go find something to eat before bed.
I'm actually kind of a little something to do.
Got a lot. What?
I want a little something to do.
Yeah. I'm trying to get to the safe room again before we stop, but oh my god, I don't want to fucking turn around. Ah, that door is open now. Ash said I made them want tacos, so we're even. Ass first, see nothing. Had the door just sling open at me. I see the key, I know, but I'm wondering if there's anything else in this bitch. Take the key. course, that closes the door. Why would I close the door? I don't like that. What the fuck is happening? Roomy homework. April 6th. Found his little collection of empty bottles this morning. I reacted badly. I know it's hard for him too, but god damn it, he should know better. With a small child in the house, that's just irresponsible. I feel like we're still circling around to creepy child shit. Why are children so fucking creepy? There's a wedding picture with the faces scratched out. Paint smears, left or right? %. 90% certain that small kids and children can talk to or at least see ghosts.
I'm hungry.
Yeah, I am too.
I'm gonna go put a chicken pot pie in the microwave.
Okay. This room looks familiar. They were separating on the wall up there last time. The door hasn't closed yet. Ah, I gotta put the record on there first. Got it. We're gonna search around a little bit though. Prosthesis snatchers. Why the damn leg? Insatiable bastards. Can't afford a new one. There goes the door. I don't like this. I am very uncomfortable right now. This is very, very uncomfortable. And it wants me to look around to see what I need to see, right? That made me very uncomfortable, and I know it's not over. It's gonna be the bed.
I needed a jar and a plastic tubing. I siphoned gas before. I knew how it was done. I stuck the tube in a vein and sucked on it until blood filled my mouth. Then put the tube in the jar and it just kept coming. A taste of copper haunted me the entire night. Why didn't I think of a syringe?
Are you okay? Oh.
It's like 3 mirrors in the last, what, 10 years?
Something like that. Tipsy broke a mirror. Ear whispers. Oh, wait. Yeah. I feel like that. Push the lever the other way. Confused. Have the handle in the, or have the dial in the middle. There's only so far I can turn the handle before it does it itself. So is it just fine-tuning it? I have to play the song in reverse.
Dumpling all around, dumpling all around, dumpling all around. So funny. Stumbling here and there, stumbling everywhere, and I must declare.
Yep, and now everything's
I stepped right on
melting.
her toes, and when she bumped my nose, I fell, and when
So this is a little, we got a little bit of a time distortion thing. So we have a before and after the fire. Hey Shadow K, hey Shannon, how you doing? Welcome in. I got so stuck with that. I appreciate the little tip. I keep jumping. My shoulders are sore from jumping because I'm a big weenie. Goodness gracious, playing Visage and I'm struggling. Oh no, I saw Johnny on the Mend playing a little bit of it. That one looks intense. I am Big Baby too. And for some reason, I've decided that I'm going to do all horror for October. I never did check these. Yeah, want anything in there. If I think this is scary, don't. Oh, okay, I'll avoid Visage. I'm good. Because I love you. Ooh. Oh. Visage is bad. Like, I won't play it. I would imagine, like, some of the stuff I saw Johnny doing, I'm good. Goblinary here has talked me into Outlast at the end of the month. And I'm scared of it. Gotta go. Love you. Love you. Thank you for hanging out. Outlast isn't too bad. Good. There's only so much I can handle. But, thank you for stopping by. I always appreciate it. Hey, sweet. Made it back. Got a note. I can't stand seeing you like this. You're not well. You were sweating and shaking all night, and now there you are, locked in your workshop as usual. This whole tortured artist nonsense has got to stop. Hate Outlast because you can't fight. Well, it doesn't seem like there's any fighting to this either. So far, at least. Non-fight horror games are terrifying. And see, I'm more comfortable with those, I think. I mean, I'm jumpy as shit, obviously, but... Action horror is good for you because bullets. Yeah. Let you fight back, please.
Oh, stop looking at me like that. It's just a little something to help me focus on my work, that's all.
Like being able to attack the spoopies. Some liquid courage for your grand art opening. It's a pretty nice flask, though. Damn, some of these are tricky to grab. How did Dead Space go? I did not get very far. There was a problem with the graphic card sync, and I got stuck where it wouldn't let me go through a doorway. And there's a fix for it that involves settings on your graphics card, but it wouldn't let me open my settings for my graphics card while I'm streaming on Invent encoding. So we're gonna have to do Dead Space later. We should find a multiplayer spooky that doesn't let us fight. I'm in. Alright, so that trip didn't get us anything new. That flesh sound was pretty gross. Yeah, we do have Phasmo. To a degree. Hate even now. Just unlocking. Okay. So. Story so far. Had the dad teaching his kid how to fish, and they were attacked by these zombie flamingos. So, obviously they spared the child and drugged the child back to their den. Yes, indeed, it is a flesh tunnel. We don't know what fate awaits this child in the flesh tunnel. Can't believe I just said that. Yeah. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Set her off. You made those sounds with your mouth. I did. Is there actually a save feature, or is it just auto saves? Auto, you think? Because this feels like a solid place to stop for right now. We're in the safe room. Been some great jump scares. Thank you, Archer, for the clippings. I'm totally gonna sleep fine tonight. I don't know what you're talking about. Geez, got some stuff. I am only streaming 1 day a week now. So on Sundays, we do have a long stream coming up. You can bang to unwind if needed. I need to get some food and some sleep because I gotta get up at 4 in the morning. Oh, but we'll figure out something to bang with y'all eventually. Shout out to my patrons: Crystal Clark, Dina Holloway, Brianna Gary, Allison Nesbitt, Charlie, Wonder the World Destroyer, Mr. Lost, Totally Not a Flock of Pigeons in a Trench Coat, and Matt Joro. It is great to be back. Thank you so much, Feature. Also, yes, thank you, Archer. I am on Coffee and on Patreon. We'll see y'all next Sunday at 4, and then big stream for, let's see, I need to alt tab out real quick, set up a raid. And on October 29th, we will be doing a longer stream, probably 12-hour, I think, where we're going to be playing Outlast. But yeah, spoopy games all week. We're going to try to get Dead Space sorted out. I'm kind of digging Layers of Fear. We may finish it first and then go back to Dead Space? ? I don't know. I'll take to like the Discords and let y'all decide, or if y'all want to just let me know if y'all want to come back to Layers of Fear next week. Finish Layers of Fear. Yes. Outlast hype. I am excited for Outlast. Nervous for these scary games, but I'm enjoying it, and I absolutely love hiding away with y'all, and y'all, it really truly means the world to me for y'all to be here with me. Y'all are truly amazing, and I love y'all. So y'all have a wonderful evening, and I'm going to send y'all over to Cryptid Raconteur, who is celebrating their 1-year stream anniversary. So go give them some love, please. And y'all have a safe evening and a very happy Monday tomorrow. Love y'all.